Greetings, my internet friends. Welcome to Walking and Talking, the show where I walk and talk. Once again, I am starting off talking in an extemporaneous manner. I don't really know what I'm saying. I don't know what I'm going to say. I suppose I've started off immediately by sort of a description, or at least kind of a minimal description of part of what I have in my mind, part of the idea that I have already about what I'm going to say or what I'm doing, which is speaking extemporaneously, and by that I mean without a plan. But immediately I'm already kind of recognizing the strategies that I'm using to avoid what I'll call for now the hard part of speaking without a plan. That is, talking about what I was doing, which is not really creative, you know. We haven't gotten into that part, I wouldn't say, but as I say that, I also recognize an aspect of what I'm saying now that's not creative. That is, I'm beginning to recognize right off the bat at least a tinge of this reflexive process going on, that is analyzing everything that I'm saying, and in a way that starts to dig into what I would regard as creative in speaking. And I have to make some clarifications here, because I don't, oh, there goes a deer, really believe in something like individual creativity, in the sense that I don't believe in free will or any independent individual soul or locus. And so when I talk about creativity, I mean something more along the lines of being aligned with, being closer aligned with the sort of like unformed, unknown aspect of reality, getting closer to the that nexus point where the known meets the unknown. Which we could also conceive of as the present moment, if we want to couch it in but I would say for me it's also highly coincident with the absence of the feeling of separation. But this whole thing that I'm saying, I'm totally recognizing as ideas that I've expressed before. And now I'm just kind of reiterating them, maybe using slightly different wording. Like what I'm talking about, it feels like I'm describing what I am desiring. I'm describing what I think that what I'm doing is about. Rather than actually being what I'm describing. And so there's this discrepancy between what I'm saying, what I seem to be espousing, and the actuality of this experience. Evidence I'm wondering where to go now, because I'm sort of sensing the state of desire, and noting that it's just kind of a desire for a desirelessness, and trying to figure out, is there a certain effort that needs to be expended here in order to get to a desireless place? Or is that exactly the wrong thinking? Is it not an effort but an acceptance? And also, how do we reconcile this with the absence of free will that I'm talking about? It kind of seems as if I need to make the correct decisions in order to experience something different than what I'm experiencing right now. But that's a weird thing to think about. I mean, that's just a weird statement. It seems everything that I'm saying and observing myself thinking keeps seeming wrong, like perpetually wrong, each correction on each statement that I make that is untrue. And it also seems confused. I would say that this seems confused. I would say that this seems like the bumping up against the emptiness beneath the thoughts and ideas that I had in my mind about what I'm doing, but thoughts and ideas which extend to constitute some part of my identity, who I think that I am, what I think I'm doing in life. So coming up against the emptiness or just the falsehood of all of those ideas that seem to constitute myself and constitute like my framing around this current experience. So it's resulting in like feelings of confusion, frustration, embarrassment. Enough of faith or meta-awareness or something, or memory of doing this process and recognizing this, remembering similar experiences in the past, and therefore being willing to continue doing this despite some discomfort. Like a long, like you know, this discomfort that can come up in various forms in my mind. Of judging negatively what I'm doing and how I'm doing it. And potentially like I'm running into right now the total, like what seems like the total arbitrariness actually of which kind of thought path to articulate, because you know, various thoughts with various types of meanings and valences appear in my mind, and I'm kind of more and trying to decide, you know, which is the right one to articulate, and kind of coming up empty-handed, or realizing that all of them are essentially empty, that they will also be untrue in a sense, that it'll that all of it's kind of endless and doesn't really lead to any kind of resolution or solidity or knowing or Like nothing that is happening here seems to measure up to any standard that I could conceive of. Whether that standard be comparative towards others in the world or comparative to like my own past. Like at the moment, I just feel so confused, I guess. And so, like, so at a loss for anything to say, that my natural sort of predilection in this moment would just be to remain silent. And so I'm some other part of myself is willing myself, if you will, to continue speaking. And I'm just trying to, like, I'm kind of like trying hard to figure out why I guess it's just this. What I'm doing seems so conflictual. It seems so conflicting with any kind of utility, like for you or for myself. And this kind of bothers me. Like there's why you would continue watching this or listening to it. And so I'm kind of racing to come up with various types of rationale. I mean, there's a part of me that still has this kind of like knowledge and memory of the bigger picture in mind, where like knowing that I can go through difficulty, as it were, and retrospectively make. And so, yeah, thinking that difficulty and confusion that I'm experiencing, this emptiness that I'm experiencing, this total humiliation, which is, what I'm experiencing right now, as a type of work that if I'm, slog through it and let it just really let it engulf me. Let the humiliation really kind of burn me up. That there's this, that's kind of a good process in which after the destruction of my ego via this humiliation of not knowing what to say but continuing to speak anyways, that something new can come out, something fresh. But obviously feeling a desire for that. I mean, I'm starting to I don't know. It's almost impossible to speak. Speaking feels so at odds with what I would think of as the natural flow of this experience. Closely towards just the raw experience of speaking, by which I kind of mean the sensory input, the sound of my own voice and the feeling of my mouth moving. But then there's the experience of understanding. The words. And just being like really frustrated, actually, that the speaking feels so empty, that it feels so that it's like it seems so misaligned with experience. Hello. Like there's really nothing that I have to offer is the experience. Like there's just nothing. Words, like the words are just completely devoid of, like, anything that they would actually point to is empty. But I'm also getting to this point where it's like Like I'm not even sure if I'm experiencing the words. You know, starting to watch them like fade away into memory, but like every single word that I'm using to describe this also seems kind of false. Like even starting to say things like my experience seems false. Like it might be closer to say that there's just experience, but then that's not even quite right either, because like I don't even necessarily think that this is it's right to call this experience. It's like, where is it? Like, not only are just like the words that I'm saying meaningless and empty, it's like everything that they might even reference is also meaningless and empty. Even I'm finding like I could kind of try to talk about like my sensory information, sensory input. I could try and talk about in some kind of apparently concrete terms what I'm seeing and feeling and hearing. And then that would only kind of be creating a falsehood. That would only be conjuring up an imagination, like a kind of empty construction of some apparent reality. You know, to talk about these rocks or something, it's like how to put it. I don't know. I'm struggling to articulate. Uncomfortable experience of emptying out. But it's not actually emptying out, because there wasn't anything solid to begin with. It's just like a disillusionment. I'm just becoming disillusioned with myself. And it's uncomfortable, but even the discomfort is not real. Then there's this question of like other people, like when I walk past other people, it's like I have to stop talking. I feel I'm real in comparison to them or something, or in relation. Hello. Or all the constructions, the false constructions of the world and who I am, maybe just seem like a type of shorthand that's used mainly for relating to other people. I don't know what the fuck I think. Like, are the other people real? I don't know what I think.
Hey there.
Hi. I'm obviously full of shit. It's like, you know, I'll be talking and think that I'm like getting towards something or starting to begin to articulate some truth. Hi. And then I'll pass by some other people. Like, obviously, here we are, separate people, individuals. What the fuck is going on? I don't know. I'm just plodding along here. I mean, linguistically speaking, it's like at each moment there's nothing developing. There's nothing building here. Progress with thinking. There's nothing to. There's really no insight to be gained here. Anything that I thought might be of value here or of any kind of meaning is still falling apart, and of conferring anything to you feels ridiculous. That there's anything, you know, that I have that you could gain from watching or listening to this. it's just it's just total humiliation, and into the point where it's like, I don't know. It's like I'm hanging on to some idea that this is somehow a good or important process or something that karmically or something like that I can, through the fires of humiliation, I can burn off my ego and my conceptions of self and etc. And I don't know what it points to, something like freedom or something, but like not, but no, that's like there really is nothing to be gained. Like there's just no end point, you know? Like there's not something good at the end of this to be gained. And there's also not like some I don't get to cheat and say, oh, actually, like that, or I'll let go of striving towards some good endpoint, and that'll be a good thing, you know. There just is not any good, and it's like I didn't think this would be like this, you know. There was some idea in my head that I'd come out and walk and talk and get into a flow state and be able to say something smart and wise and earnest, but it's not that's just not what's happening. This is totally pointless. And it's just like, I don't know. There's, you know, it's not even any kind of like, this isn't even any kind of like objective, like looking at reality or something. I mean, it's true that I've removed myself from external stimuli type of thing there in relation with, I can, you know, build up some kind of sturdy notion of self or meaning or something like that. But, you know, that actually doesn't matter. It's like there's just as much of this like conditioning and bias or whatever you want to call it here to make everything that I'm saying just completely pointless. just completely worthless. It is worthless. I mean everything that I'm saying. Like that last thing that I said was worthless and pointless and not even true. True. I don't even like have any desire at this point to even try and, say anything like articulate sounding or all of it's just totally empty. I mean, and I think even me saying it's empty, it's like, it's not like I'm saying any of this to like gain some kind of impermeability or some kind of upper hand. I didn't even expect or desire to be like this. But it's not really in a sense, but it has to be that way. It's negative. I mean, I think it's like deeply negative in just the negation of everything. But not like negative in some kind of moralistic or sense or with necessarily an emotional and any kind of important emotional valence on it. Even if it is like a negative emotion associated with it. But that doesn't even mean anything. Like there is no emotion. There isn't because there isn't even experience. I don't know. I don't even like really have much desire to try and qualify these statements or make them more legible or more understandable. It's like I could, maybe like a thought comes up in my mind that's like, you could make that statement like more legible or understandable or something, but it wouldn't be doing anything really. I'm gonna stop. Here's normies. Normies.
People will be like, oh my god, my mouse is under and there's a hole in its head and they don't have anything to put in it.
Yep.
I'm like, you're so fucking stupid.
That's your girl. Disregard that. But yeah, I don't know, back to just talking. Like this is complete bullshit. Everything about this. This is not a good use of your time. I mean, it's not that the opposite is necessarily true either. The whole concept on which the dichotomy of a good or bad use of time is based is just completely empty. I mean, it seems like I could use a thesaurus or something, find some synonyms for empty, and you know, like keep describing the same thing in different language. Seems like it'd be, you know, give you some variety, keep your attention a little better, keep you watching, keep you captivated. Because that's what, you know, what we're supposed to do, making media. I'm supposed to teach you something, or entertain you, or stimulate you, or give you some kind of enjoyable experience, somehow. Or valuable, if not enjoyable, or something. But no, I'm not doing any of that. It's not, it would be a lie, any of that. All it would be doing would be kind of pulling up strands of voidness and like tying it into a little bow, and then you think the bow is something. The bow seems to look like something, but it's not. The bow is actually still just made of emptiness and is empty. There quite simply isn't anything. There isn't anything. If I ever told you there was something, I was lying. If you thought that there could be something gained from watching, walking, and talking, you were wrong. It's okay. We're all wrong. All the time, pretty much. I mean, I guess like it's almost like I would say like a state of existing is synonymous with being wrong. Because nothing actually exists. I mean, just look. Try and find something that exists. And then, you know, just actually try and make sure that's true. Hold on, here comes some normies. I'm gonna be quiet. This is bullshit. Hello. I mean, when I say this is bullshit, I just mean like, not that there's other people, just everything about this, or anything else for that matter. I mean, have you ever kind of suspected that something was bullshit? Have you ever kind of known that something was bullshit? I don't know, maybe you see a TV commercial or internet ad that, you know, is trying to like make some kind of claim that something is useful or necessary or beneficial, and it's just obviously bullshit. Well, it's like that with absolutely everything within experience, even experience itself. There isn't even really experience. Just try to find experience. You can't. Even if I entertain in my head some notion that after walking and talking, I'll like return to normal experience where things have meaning again or something. It's weird. Like, am I doing that? Am I actually listen. Everything that I say here, everything that I've said in this video, everything that I'm currently saying is also bullshit. Not even this current thing that I'm saying. There's just absolutely nothing to say. I would say that this is just But it's not. It's not even what it is. Nor is it not. Untrue. It's insane. This is totally insane. That even like I start to say something, and even before I'm finished like saying a word, the word is, you know, bullshit. And it's just like I go on, I'm going on, I'm continuing to speak here and like say statements and sentences with this like total awareness that every single one is completely untrue. This is insane. That doesn't even capture it. Insanity does not even capture this. And it's this way with everything. Like, what the fuck is going on? I don't think this is really philosophy or anything. Like they talk about imposter syndrome. So-called because, you know, it's like feels like they're not they don't measure up to how they're supposedly perceived, or don't measure up to their supposed position in the world or something like that. But so take that and like crank it up to the total maximum, and then just apply it to everything. I mean, it's such a universal. It's like imposter syndrome, and it's so universal that it's like covers everything to the point that just nothing even exists. It's all nothing. Like this, and but I don't think this is nihilism either, because it's like the implication seems to be that because nothing matters and nothing has any meaning, then go ahead and do whatever you want and sort of like obey your weakest, your lowest impulses, you know? That's the implication of nihilism. Nothing has any meaning and nothing matters, so you just go with your base impulses and become a hedonist or whatever, or a sadist or whatever your impulse is. But that's not what I'm talking about, because there's nothing to be had in any of that. There's no There's no pleasure to get. Like, it's like not even the pleasure that would come from your impulses is meaningful either, or even really pleasurable. Like, there's not really pleasure. Like, pleasure is any apparent meaning. It's like nihilism would be like the easy way out. I mean, it would be, but it just doesn't have any, you know, it's nothing. There's a toad. I mean, you see how, I mean, do you see like how full of shit I am? I'm completely full of shit. Like I just like said, you know, there's a toad. Sort of implying that it exists or something, or at least that I'm experiencing, which would go against everything that I'm saying. Which is further evidence that absolutely everything that I'm saying is even true. There's nothing to be grasped. There's nothing that could possibly be grasped at all. There's nothing ever grasped. There is no such thing as understanding. Like understanding, what apparent understanding actually is just an obfuscation of nothingness. But it's not really an obfuscation, because there's just, like, nothing does not exist either. Like, you can't say that nothing exists. Like, nothing, you can't grasp nothing either. Like, we're not gonna grasp anything here. We're not gonna get somewhere in this video. We're not gonna empty ourselves out. We're not gonna rid ourselves of the ego and become one with everything and nothing. And we're not gonna become, you know, one with nothing. There's a cool looking mushroom down there. See how, see? I mean, no. I mean, no, you don't see. Like, there's nothing. Like, I like, authoritative tone in my voice or something, telling you what's what, but to be perfectly honest, which is not possible, I cannot be perfectly honest. In the dark, I'm just completely flailing around in total emptiness. There's no knowing. Like I don't know anything more than you. I do not know anything that you don't know. I mean, like, you can point to something. I mean, that's not even true either. That's not true either. It's just that there's nothing to be gotten. There's no apparent learning. It's just like slicing the emptiness pie a different way. there's no freedom to be gotten. There's absolutely no enlightenment. It's a total, it's a silly idea. If you just kind of think about it. Like, what the hell does that even mean? Like that some person, some individual will like become everything, or become like undifferentiated. Like how can the individual and non-differentiation coexist? It's just like a it's an oxymoron. Like the concept of enlightenment itself is oxymoronic. But that's also kind of like the same with everything. Pardon me, I'm going to take a whiz before returning to drink some water. I don't know. I'm gonna keep saying things. Wow, it's incredible. Like the idea of continuity in speaking just seems like a joke. Like, there's no continuity. Ever. It's like immediately when I say something, it's immediately like wrong. Just, and I don't mean morally wrong, I just mean not true. Not this. It's like everything is oxymoronic. It's like I would say everything is paradoxical, but that's not even really true. I mean, like, isn't that kind of like that would be a oxymoronic statement even to say that everything is paradoxical. It's like a logical fallacy. Because even the statement itself would have to be a paradox, which I guess it is. I guess the statement itself implies that it itself is paradoxical. And it is, but then, because it is, then it also means that it's not true. And that it's not paradoxical. And then so on and so forth. There's a little bitty toad. I don't know. It's like, yeah, I mean, it's funny that I used to worry. Or it's funny that I would ever concern myself with, like, whether you audience members are, like, engaging with this deeply, like, it seems ridiculous to me now to worry about whether you are paying attention or getting this on the level of meaning that I'm understanding it or something like that. Or it seems absolutely ridiculous to have any concern whatsoever about, like, the quality of the comments or something. Like, do the comments indicate any actual intellectual or spiritual engagement or philosophical engagement or something like that? And it just seems like a total joke to me now. It's like, even if 100% of the comments are just trolls, it's like that's like just completely fine. It's like it's absolutely no worse and no better than, like, somebody apparently demonstrating, like, that they've understood something, because there's no getting anything. There's no getting anything. I don't have anything. I don't get anything. I don't understand anything. Let's make that clear. It's like if I've ever appeared to understand something, It was false. It was just an appearance. That's all it was. That's all it ever is. But it's kind of a joke that I'm even like using tenses in the way that I'm speaking, like implying that there's such a thing as time. It's a total joke. But it's not even a joke. It's not like you get to, say, it's not like you get to say, I understood reality and it is a joke. No. There's no sort of resolution like that. You do not get reality ever. It is not gettable. And not because not because it like exists beyond our ability to comprehend or perceive. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. This question of why does reality exist is ridiculous because it doesn't. Or like the hard problem of consciousness is the hard problem of consciousness. Why does consciousness exist? It's the whole premise is laughable. It does not exist. There is no consciousness. There's no consciousness and there's no reality. You cannot solve these problems. The problems the problems themselves don't exist. The hard problem of consciousness does not exist is what I think is a funny thing to say. I mean, it's not true, but it's no more false than the opposite statement. But if we were looking for quotes, that could be, you're welcome to quote me on this one. The hard problem of consciousness does not exist. I think it's funny. I'm been walking and saying nothing for a few seconds, but don't think that I'm not, just continuing this cycle of negation in my mind. there's no end, you know? It's like there's no like I wouldn't say that I'm like can like look forward to like the rest of death, you know? It's like not like death means you rest in peace. Because there actually is no death. Because there is no person. There is no death because there's no life. There's nothing alive. There's no and like when I say this, just don't get confused and think that I'm saying that there's not something but there is something else. It's just there's nothing. There's nothing that's dead and there's nothing that's alive. There's nothing at all. And if you feel like you don't understand something, or if you feel like you're missing something here, that feeling of missing something is, you know, just it's completely on the same level as anything else. It's like completely on par. Like not understanding what I'm saying is completely is as correct as anything, which is not correct at all. There is no correct understanding of anything. There's no understanding of anything, and furthermore, there isn't anything. Pardon me, I'm just checking my phone to see what time it is. Still got a long ass time. See, it's like I'm ready to be done and go back like illusion. And I'm like, you know, obviously I'm just referring to, I'm speaking about temporality or about something else being different than this. Speaking like there's a reality, and it's like okay, I'm going to preface what I'm saying to this next thing that I say and everything else that I say following ever, and also the thing that I'm saying right now and everything that I have said. Now, what was I going to say? It just doesn't really matter. I don't know. It doesn't... Continuity does not matter. It's like I could... It would be just kind of like... not use this language. Or not have correct syntax or something. Because it's just not like... It's just not real. Like even like statements that I make in the language, you know, you can apparently understand them, but it's like we're experiencing simultaneously, like they're total non-meaning. And so it's just, I don't know. It's also just kind of fine to continue apparently making sense in this apparent language that apparently means something. Because it just doesn't. It doesn't matter if it appears to. And it's like, I don't know. It's like it's okay to if there's illusion and appearance, because there actually isn't. There actually isn't any appearance. Hey there, little guy. Hey there, little red eft. Like it's even fine. It's even fine if like I engage in marketing strategies for Walking and Talking, the podcast, and make it appear to you as if you're going to get some. They'll be in some form or another somehow enlightened from it or something like that, just to get you to watch it or listen to it. And it would be untrue, but everything's untrue. I mean, how much motivation I'll feel to do that sort of thing is another question. If I don't make any money, and if I if I somehow go totally broke because of doing this. It's okay. Even if I starved to death because I was only walking and talking too much and somehow, you know, didn't get anything in return. There's no problem. Obviously, I'm full of shit. Baloney. I'm just gonna keep talking and like, you know, sometimes I just have to force myself by starting out saying something like this, just because like otherwise it would just sort of be a stasis of silence. But it's fine to keep talking because it's not really happening. Like there isn't actually any walking and talking. There's no me, there's no you. And I know this sounds kind of like, I guess like everything that I'm saying kind of sounds overly simplified. Doesn't sound very smart. Sounds as if maybe I'm lacking in some philosophical pedigree or something. But I'm really just trying to be as honest as I possibly can be. Which honestly is not honest at all. Like there just isn't, because there isn't any truth to get to. I guess like we could talk about the word honesty as a relative term, which is, you know, the most it could ever be. But I mean, it's not really at all. And in some sense, you could say that this as a process is relatively honest. But that wouldn't be honest either, because you'd be comparing it to some imagined, constructed, illusory other that is like more dishonest or something. Which I don't know. I mean, I'd say that's untrue, but maybe it could be relatively true or something. It's whatever you want, you know? You can do whatever you want, but actually you can't do anything because there's no you and there's no anything and there's no doing. I mean, like, I feel sometimes sort of like a temptation, if you will, to say that this is freeing or something, but I mean, like freeing from the illusion of the substantiality of anything whatsoever. And I guess there's some sense of that valence, but it's also kind of like nah, you don't get to just like positively valence nothing like that. Like, this is nothing. You don't get to just say it's good in any sense. It's just nothing. It doesn't even exist. Like, I could go on this like long rant, this sort of explanation, where I talk about how all the negative feelings created through this illusion of independent existence, or this illusion of anything existing, or even the illusion of the possibility of enlightenment, or the illusion of, you know, something like becoming a better person or something. And I could go on this long rant of like how the recognition of everything being empty and so on is like a liberation from that kind of suffering, but that'd kind of be bullshit. It would just like, you can't do that. It would just be like going further. It would just be like pushing the carrot on the stick a little farther down the road. It's just kicking the can down the road. Kicking the can a little farther down the road. The stick with the carrot on it. To be like, actually, you know, what you need to do is recognize the emptiness of everything, and then you will be alleviated from all your suffering. And then you'll feel great. But no. It's not that you can't do that. There's not a person left. There's no you left. There's no person to be liberated. It's like I can't give you advice, you know? Nobody can. Nobody can give you any good advice. Not even in a relative sense. Not even relatively speaking. I mean, give me a fucking break. I mean, it's hilarious that I'm speaking this way. That it's hilarious that I'm saying something like "give me a fucking break," as if fallacy going around out there that I'm immune to, or as if there is some other people out there spouting fallacious. Concept is laughably fallacious, because there's just no people out there. There's no people. There's no person. There's no anything. There is no advice. Advice does not exist. There's no me. There's no truth. It's like when I say, give me a fucking break, that applies universally. And me. I mean, it's just, at this point, it's just kind of fun to say. Give me a fucking break. But it's like, you know, it's so universal that it doesn't mean anything. But that's like what everything is. Everything is so universal that it doesn't mean everything. And when I say universal, I mean just like, it's nothing. It's like maybe you can say that you can make truth claims by them being tautological. Like, you can make a tautology, which is essentially saying it is what it is, and like you can go read Chris Langan's CTMU, his theory of everything, that is completely derived. It's beautiful. It's really beautiful, in that it's a theory of everything that's totally derivative of a super tautology, is what he calls it, a tautology. And I think he kind of starts out with the basic tautology of like, reality is everything that is real and nothing that is not real. Like, reality is, you know, everything that can be said to exist, and so you can't have anything outside of reality. There's nothing outside, there's nothing external to reality. So in a sense, it's like kind of a powerful tautology to start with, but also the thing about a tautology is, while it is in one sense definitionally true, it is at the same time not saying, it's definitionally not saying anything. It is not saying anything. And so it's like he can derive, he can I mean, I actually don't even mean to, like, I'm actually not digging at Chris Langan. It's like I'm just kind of like, I love his theory. I love CTMU, even though I don't understand it. I mean, this is bullshit, you know. There is no understanding is what I've been going on and ranting about. But it's like, he can make all of these, like he says, you know, a tautology, you know, a very basic tautology is not saying anything, you know. it is what it is. That's not saying anything, but it's also definitionally true. So he's going on to expand that to be saying something meaningful about reality, to extend to reality, to say something meaningful. But everything meaningful being a derivation of the basic tautology, which isn't saying anything, which you kind of have to see the joke of it, is that it's like all of the apparent meaningful things that it could say, like all have to come back to the basic tautology that they originate from, that they're just like of, which isn't saying anything. And this is not this, even if it sounds like anything, it's not that there's any worthy rival theory. There's none. Like there's no other, there's nothing that's more true than it. There's nothing that's true at all, not including what I'm saying. Like what I'm saying is equally not saying anything. I am not saying anything meaningful. And if it ever seems like I'm saying something meaningful, all it is kind of an obfuscating elaboration on meaninglessness, on nothing. That's all knowledge is. Knowledge doesn't say anything. There is no meaning. Apparent meaning is just kind of an unfoldment and elaboration of total meaninglessness. So even if while I'm talking here, it seems like, even if it seems like some of my thoughts start to become more elaborate, or if it seems like I start to get a little bit more articulate, or if it seems like there starts to become a little bit more continuity in what I'm saying, in my thinking process, it's all nothing. It's just as meaningless as any other part of walking and talking in which I sound like a total self-loathing idiot or something like that. It's all nothing. And talking. There isn't anything. It's like everything that I'm saying is just total nothingness. It's absolute bullshit. Like not, and just let me assure you, there's not going to be some kind of like takeaway at the end of this. There's nothing to take away. There's nowhere to take anything to. And there's nothing that exists, to be taken away. And there's no person to do the taking away. For the away, there's no away. There's no reward. There's no pleasure. I mean, like, even if there is like reward or pleasure, apparently, even if there is apparently reward or pleasure, it's even that is cured. It's just an obfuscated, like trying to like rearrange nothingness into something that's like good and substantial, and it's like it's empty. It's like any good feeling, that you have, any solid feeling that you have of like, you know, I've got something, I'm understood something, I am something, or I feel something. It's just like one side of its opposite. You know, it's just like that you didn't see the whole. It's just that you're like missing something, but you're always missing something. There's no way to not be. Like, there isn't actually any feeling good. It's just, you know, the other side of the coin of feeling bad. And so if overly pessimistic thing to say, well, the opposite is the same. Like, there's no like feeling bad. There's no being a bad person. There's no failing. There's no, like, all of that is just like a misperception. It's just that you missed the other side to that. Like, it can, like the a good and bad feeling in apparent human experience. And I say apparent because it's like there isn't any. It's just like nothing. If you take nothing, which is all that there is, and kind of like stretch it out temporally, or like, you know, like extrapolate it temporally, and then you can have like what appears to be like differently valenced experiences at what appears to be different points in time. Like, you can have the good feeling and the bad feeling, but they always even out. They always have a zero sum. All boundaries are zero. Boundaries are zero sum. All of experience is zero sum. Everything adds up to zero. I feel stuck here. Trying to not get my foot soaked. So it's like everything that seems a fragment of the zero, and it always contains within it it's kind of like negating counterpart. stuck again. Like if it's like a perceived self, then the perceived self actually contains within it, although like, you know, it can at any one time sort of be missed. And if you add the two together, it's zero. You add self and other to each other, they're zero. It's all just differences, apparent differences. But just like, don't get the idea that you, some individual, can understand this, can, like, you know, get some comprehensive understanding. I don't have it. I don't understand this. I'm just talking here. You can't you can't experience it, you know. It's like the notion is oxymoronic. You can't experience like the oneness. You can't experience the nothingness. It's not something that can be experienced. Like, where would the experiencer be? Like, there's no point of me saying any of this. There's no point in saying it. It's like not that anything is achieved by talking about this. I'm just doing this, but I'm not actually. It's like even appearance of self, you know? Even the appearance of self is like nothing. It's still nothing. There's a, apparently a framework in which I keep talking, but there actually is no framework. There is no. Like there really is no walking and talking series. It's like, even if I'm thinking like a framework, okay, talk continuously for 4 hours. It's like that's an illusion that I'm creating right now. Like that's only an illusion that's maybe like a part of everything that I am saying or seeming to say. It doesn't, there's no, it doesn't have an answer or a meaning or a good. It's not like I'm gonna be able to truthfully say that it's good that I make 4-hour-long videos. I mean, I might do that sometimes to try and, like, fool myself. But still, this is all wrong, what I'm saying. Like that, like none of this is even happening, actually. None of this is even really happening. It's like even if I like set things up or frame things as like being some kind of valuable service or something, where even if I set things up to say like you should donate to me on Patreon or something like that for some reason, or you should donate to me for some reason. Because it's like a good thing that this will continue. It's not really good thing, it's like not really that's not exactly true. It's not really in the spirit of this. But then at the same time, it's also not like there's some opposite that is true. It's not like there's some other thing that is more worthy of donating to or something. I mean, this isn't even, what I'm saying isn't even true. It's all, this is all full of holes. In fact, it's all holes. Everything that I'm saying is full of holes because it's only holes. It's all one big hole. But it's not even really a hole because there's no substrate. There's no substrate on which for there to be a hole. It's like there's only nothing. But then it's not, because you can't even, nothing even like is, you know? It's outrageous. And also kind of, I don't know, the most obvious thing. It's like, it doesn't matter that you give me $5 on, but then at the same time, it like doesn't matter that you keep your $5. Like, you don't get anything by keeping your $5, but you don't get anything by giving it away. Believe me when I tell you that right now, you shouldn't believe me. Believe me when I tell you that you should not believe anything I say. Including anything about Patreon. It may be the case that I'll probably end up begging you for money at some other point, and that will also not be true or real or meaningful. But neither is this. Like this section, this thing is also not really true or real or meaningful. It's like there's just no hierarchy. And I'm not saying that there shouldn't be hierarchy. I'm saying that there just isn't any at all. Because there isn't anything. There isn't anything to be in the hierarchy. Like, walking and talking doesn't make any sense. It's not a profitable enterprise. It's morally good. Or beneficial for the world. This is not like a good thing that I'm doing. This is not good for you, but it's not bad for you either. It's just they're just in the sense that there just isn't good or bad things. This is the it's so I'm just saying the same thing. Like there won't be anything different that I say. It's just like different, the same thing in different language. Hello. And it's, you know, being silent is pretty much equivalent. It's pretty much just as good. But not bad either. I'm not interested in saying anything intelligent. There is not really intelligence. There's just kind of obfuscation of nothingness. Just slicing the pie different ways. Slicing the nothing burger in different ways. That's all anything is. Man, speaking of nothing burger, I could really go for a good nothing burger. Pardon me, I gotta whiz. Be right back. I mean, if you want to know why I do this, no, it's pointless. It doesn't work. I was gonna say, if you want to know why I make these long videos, I was gonna say something like I do it in order to obfuscate the nothingness for myself. I do it. I was gonna say that I do it in order to kind of pretend that my life has a purpose. To pretend, because like it's like uncomfortable sometimes to do something like this for 4 hours. You don't get to your brain doesn't get to go and like latch onto something. It doesn't get to like jump around to different stimuli, trying to kind of like build up some substance for itself in the transit. You know what I mean? It's like, I think that like self and reality just kind of like seem to appear like in the transit between paying attention. But then like, when real attention is paid, there's nothing at the center. But so, it's like do something that seems difficult, and then it sort of seems, what is it? I don't know. Or something that seems like it's long. Like it appears to be like a long time spent doing something. And then I could, when I'm in the land of illusion, and like I can like point to that existence of some long time spent doing one thing as some kind of evidence of existing or something. Some evidence of purpose. Well, it's difficult and seemingly pointless, so there must be some kind of point to it. And so, but like, I don't know, other apparent purposes having like their emptiness not being compelling enough to me, but for some reason it's not like the emptiness of this is like actually compelling to me. It's just, I'm just doing it. I'm just doing it. There's absolutely no purpose. I don't believe in any purpose. But I don't believe in anything else either. I don't believe in like pleasure and impulse or anything. It doesn't mean that I'm like this, and don't take this meaning that like I have some like philosophical rationale for like being a shitty person or like thinking that I can, because I don't believe in like any benefit to like, screwing over somebody else or the world or something. Like, I just don't believe in any benefit to be gained. I don't like, have any, I don't like put anything in pleasure, I don't have any investment in pleasure. But there's no investment in anything when, it's so obvious that there isn't anything. And yet it seems like there is. It just like you could to talk about it in temporally. You could just say that it's endless. that like the search is endless or something, or that the desire is infinite or something, that it doesn't end. That's to put it in temporal terms, like this problematic nature of existing goes on forever. Death is not an end to it. But this is kind of like implying that such a thing as time exists. There isn't any time. Oh, there's some humans up ahead. So I have to pipe down for a minute and act normal. There's a lot of people here. There's so many people here. We've gotten to a popular destination. Alright, I think I'm just gonna... I mean, maybe there's a view to be experienced, but I should probably just get out of here. Where all these people are.
Okay, you don't want to go any. Just down here. You're gonna walk right down this block.
Alright, we're safely away from the populated area with the spectacular view. And continuing to speak, to talk, sort of as if I had something to say. Here, because I just don't. But it is increasingly apparent to me. I mean, it's not really increasingly. Wow, just that. Like, it's like there isn't even an illusion. Like there never was an illusion. Like there never was actually any illusion of there being something. It just seems like that's only nothing appearing. And that it's almost as if that's known all the time, that the knowing of nothingness never goes away. But it's not really quite true to say that either, to call it knowing. It's just that it's more of an unknowing. It's more obvious that, like, this sort of, like, I mean, what I would say is like a fundamental unknowing is always there all the time. But calling it fundamental, just kind of saying it's like sort of beneath the level of appearance, but not that it's actually a solid ground. Not that there isn't any solid ground. Boy, I really have like a headache coming on. Increasing. More and more headache. But it's fine, really. And hunger. But it's totally fine. And even, you know, I guess I could notice this impulse to not. My natural impulse would just to be silent, but I know that there's not like. There's nothing to be gained by this or that. But that doesn't necessarily imply that I'd go with my impulse. I mean, a lot of times I do. You know, eat or whatever. At some point, you're ultimately obeying. I mean, it's not stupid exactly, but it's not anything. But I will keep talking. But I don't know what this is. Like, I don't know what you and I are doing here. We're not getting anywhere here. There's not any merit. You know? I can't do something or say something that doesn't just add up to zero. Anything that I could seem to be saying or doing does really add up to zero. To zero. And all apparent fragments of it. So just, you know, continuing to talk even though there's really nothing to say. I don't know. Like I can recognize in my mind sometimes a temptation to sort of frame something that I just said, or find some overarching framing for what I'm saying or what I'm doing, or the way that I'm doing it, that would seem to indicate some meaning or some purpose for doing this. And, you know, it's possible to do that and indulge, but that there's not really any reason to. There's not really any reason to or frame this experience positively. And it's not like we're framing it negatively in any, like, we're not framing this negatively, but it is, like, I guess what you could say, ongoing negation. But it's not, I mean, that's not entirely accurate. I mean, it's not accurate at all. It's not true. There isn't actually a negative or positive in any sense. I don't think. It's just like keeping language going with its total inadequacy, its incompleteness. Just as kind of a I don't know. I think that's like a model for what experience, you know, what would be experience is, but it's not. There isn't even experience. I mean, there's this, it seems like there's this possible, the content of what I'm saying and like my physiological state being that I haven't eaten anything today. Maybe that's why, why I'm just quote unquote experiencing emptiness, which is not, it's not correct to say that I'm experiencing emptiness. There's no. I mean, I just want to say no. This is just like an ongoing string of falsehoods. That seem inevitable or something. Or just, what is. Isn't anything. Is nothing. This is the same thing. I'll just be, going on for the rest of the hour and a half or whatever it is in the same manner, I suppose. I mean, that it's not even, there's not really like time. I mean, this is terrible. It's not terrible. But it's not anything. It's becoming repetitive, I guess. It is useless. Like, very much so. But there's just nothing for you here. Maybe just say something every once in a while for no reason. I don't know. It's like how much constitutes talking. How much space am I allowed? How much silence am I allowed to still be able to be considered talking? But it's weird, how do you draw the distinction? Like, when can you actually point to when I am talking? Like, when is it? You can't like actually point to the now when I am talking. You can't pinpoint to the now. It's always kind of an apparition. There isn't any present. Like, there isn't really any change, because it's like, I mean, you could sort of say it's all change, but it's like so all change that there's not any point. There's not any like solidity at any point to say that something changed from something to something else. It's like only the transience, but it's completely empty, the transience. It kind of appears like things are changing, but only sort of when you aren't paying full attention. It only kind of seems like that when you don't see the whole. But then again, you never see the whole. It's not possible. Because you already are the whole. You can't see yourself. But the whole is synonymous with nothing. You know, we could call it the WHOLE, the whole, or you could call it the HOLE, the whole, and it would be pretty much mean the same. I think that this is really stupid of me. Nah, I won't even say it. I guess I'll go ahead and say it. I think that like some imaginary other person experiencing my physiological state right now might say, I'm starving. Because I haven't eaten all day, and I'm exhausted and have a splitting headache. And so like that, those thoughts sort of like pass through my head, but as like some description of my state, but then it's just like, it's pointless to say. It's not really, you know, true. It's just kind of like this shorthand that like that's like sort of like a framing of it as suffering, like, is actually just another sort of like illusion of what there actually is. It's like just, it's actually like the framing of it as suffering is actually an obfuscation of what's going on, which is nothing. I mean, if you want to like tear it apart more, it's like I could get more accurate in like describing the very sensations that I'm quote unquote experiencing, like that I'd put as like pressure in my head, or emptiness in my stomach. But even those are just, even those rely on concepts that are not self-evident, that is like, even all of those words themselves imply concepts which are themselves constructions that rely on other things, like just even the concept of my head, like where is my head? Like I don't honestly feel as if I have one. And I'm just saying that in the sense of like the concept of my head is actually kind of meaningless to me right now. It's like there's just this. Like there's just the sensation. But then there's not even so much as the sensation. Like, I mean, I could say like, I put my hand where my head is and I feel it. And that's how I know I have a head or something, or I have seen it in a mirror before, or I know I have a head because I've seen everybody else who has a head and they treat me as if I have a head. And I'm not saying that I don't have a head in the sense that I'm like walking around decapitated, but I'm just saying that like absolutely every component of this conception of having a head, and like for that matter a self or like a body, is completely dependent on all these other conceptions, and completely dependent on like a certain interpretation of sensory information, and what we're calling sensory information being interpreted as indicating like the boundaries between self or the sensation of one's body. And all of those conceptions are like, if you follow them all the way down, they just don't have a base. You just end up in nothingness. There's no solid ground on which all that is based. And then even sensation itself is like the thing that people want to point to as like the base of stuff, is itself like even the concept of sensation, and it is a concept. It is actually a conceptual framing of reality, that this is sensation, that this is experience. Like depends on these you and I, this like self plus other world difference that is supposedly linked by the sensation, you know, like there's a me here that senses the world out there. But what we think of as sensation and conception or cognition or awareness equally just be considered all that there is and nothing but continuity. Like the sensation implies a continuity, meaning there just isn't any separation. Like how could there be sensation and be any meaningful separation? You know what I mean? It's like even if you want to go ahead and try and sort this out through like objective, scientific, empirical sort of knowledge, it's like sensation is only an exchange of energy. But even that is still just like more conceptual information. That's of course like, you know, this notion of an exchange of energy. It's like, where is that to be found like firsthand, you know? Like there's just the sensation. But then like if you investigate the sensation, it's like there's not even that. There's not even anything in it other than like something that can be inferred or something that is like dependent on some other conception that itself does not have any independent existence, any substantiality. And like we can think about this conceptually, but just like even look in experience. Like you can't even find such a solid thing as experience. Pardon me, I'm gonna take another whiz. just kind of talking around emptiness or something. That's not the case. Like, it could sort of be said that, just like, something like undistracted attention or something, reveals the emptiness of things or something like that. Or it could be said that, like, some kind of effort is needed to realize the absence of effort or the absence of an agent. But that's not strictly true. Because when it is supposedly revealed, it never existed in the first place. When time disappears, time never existed. And so in a sense it was like nothing was ever revealed. No effort ever existed. No, there was no practice. There is no practice. There was no practice. That's kind of how I'm saying there's no walking and talking. it's so not indexable. I don't know. Like sometimes I put the titles on these videos, this beyond just the number, as if there's a subject you can learn about. But it's really just like, that's really just a trick. For the individual who thinks they're going to gain something, they're going to gain some knowledge or understanding or something. And so there's a subject, and there's the individual who thinks, oh, I'm interested in that subject. You know, whatever it might be. I'm interested in consciousness or non-duality or what the nature of reality is, or whatever it is. But that's just kind of to trick the individual, to, I don't know, lure them into this. Where there's really nothing, there's no insight. Where there's no, there is no individual and there's no reality. But kind of everything that, in that kind of sense, like everything's a trick that way, you could say. But at the same time, it's not. Because it's not anything. And there actually isn't any trick. Because there's not even anything that actually appears. There's no actual appearance. There's no just kind of like, it just kind of like seems like there is, it's like there seems like there's some appearance or something in contrast to the nothing that this is. It's almost like that seeming appearance is necessary for the nothing. Or something like that. In the sense, I mean, because like nothing can't exist. Because nothing can't exist, then there's this appearance, seemingly. But it's like, if you actually look for the appearance even, it's like you can't actually find it. But you can't find the nothing either. I could really get into this silence, but I won't. I mean, I couldn't really. Just remember, anything that I say is bullshit. But not bullshit in a relative term, not bullshit relative to something that's truer. But bullshit in the ultimate sense. There isn't any answer. I mean, I don't even know why I keep saying this. There's no reason. But then there's no reason to say anything. I guess maybe, I don't know. I guess maybe it could be said that I'm exhausted. Tired and hungry and achy or something. That could maybe be correlated with the infrequency of my speaking, the slow rate of speaking. But so that's sort of like, that is sort of kind of holding up a conceptual framework around this experience. And that's fine. It's fine, it's just not exactly true, you know. Because we'd be kind of tempted to, like, we'd be tempted to start to put things in a hierarchy of goodness, saying, well, I mean, like, saying like I could be speaking faster or more or more positively or something, or affirmatively. And that the reason that I'm not could be attributed to this physiological disequilibrium. That because I'm physiologically empty, so to speak, empty of food, that I'm experiencing reality that accordingly. But I mean, still, none of that has like any inherent truth to it. None of that conceptual framework has like a solid leg to stand on. It's just, I don't know. I do not know what I'm saying or what I'm doing. But at least here's the spring. It's kind of like reality only exists when you're not looking at it. Which is to say that it only kind of exists as something imagined. Like, just now before starting to talk again, I did kind of imagine, or like a sort of like assessment of my state as like being tired and hungry and achy came up, and but it only came up as kind of like an imagined retrospective assessment. As in, like imagining the future of having completed this video and resting and eating. But then, like, quickly kind of realizing that that is kind of that is thinking about the future. The future doesn't exist. It's kind of like conjuring up a present, but depending on a future to reference the present, like the present only, like the present existing in my future retroactive interpretation, or my future remembering. So this is like an interesting thing. It's like observing my thoughts and seeing how much of the thoughts that I'm having are like about the present. Like how much of my thoughts like about the present and assessing the present are actually just how I'm imagining, remembering this present in the future. Like projecting forward into the future, projecting back into now. Or conversely, like remembering into the past, projecting into the present. And like asking like how much of what would seem to be thinking about the present experience is actually that, this sort of double projection. Projecting myself in the future, projecting back into the past. It seems like when I actually look at it, it's like a lot of that. Or like how much I'm thinking about the present is actually me imagining, and I like have this specific person in mind. Or maybe it's more general, like how I would generally describe the experience to people retrospectively. But if I actually look at like what is the actual experience actually constituted of in the present, other than reductive concepts? You just get into emptiness. Even emptiness underlying apparent sensation. It's like, what is sensation even other than descriptive language that interprets something? But there's not. But then, if you look for the actual something that's being interpreted, it keeps going all the way down into nothingness. So that's kind of what I'm talking about when I'm, noticed myself like projecting into the future of like remembering back and being like thinking like terms like tired, hungry, headachy, and then like But that actually, like, that kind of mental action actually constituting the suffering, like the like, that's where the suffering is like giving reality to those things, where it's also possible to look right through them into the unreality of everything. And there's no suffering there. Like, there's not really suffering here. And there's not really a headache or hunger or tiredness. There's just kind of like an apparent potential for the mental interpretation of apparent sensory information into such apparent realities. And it's like, from an imagined exterior point of view, this could be described as a mental effort not to indulge in the type of thinking that is suffering. But it's not quite true to say that it's effort either, because it's just kind of like what's happening. And there's nothing about anything that I'm doing that's, independent in origin. There's nothing that I'm saying, there's no thought that I'm having, and there's nothing about the nature or characteristics of what I'm doing that can't be seen to originate outside of me. It's like, at the very most, any apparent origination here or originality to be found within myself or within this is, at most, at best, just a particular mixture of different memes, you could say. You could call it, but also just like I mean, not even restricted to memes, just like it's all completely like if we want to talk about causality, it's all completely external to myself. But then there's actually not causality. There's not continuity. There's not actually like a sequence of events. Like it's just kind of moot to even talk about originality. There's no origin because there's nothing like going anywhere. There's actually nothing that originates, you know? There's nothing actually here. Like all of that stuff is just a story. In some ways, I don't know. Like in the way, I mean, and this is all another story. Like where there's a black hole. Like a black hole is, you know, something predicted by the physics and the logic of what we observe in reality. But then inside the black hole, something that's predicted, all of those apparently fundamental laws of reality break down. They just don't work anymore. They're not. They're moot. And so that's like another, just, you know, that's like another kind of location of the paradox. Kind of saying that this is kind of like the black hole, where the rest of reality doesn't exist. But then at the same time, this emptiness is actually pointed to by everything. It's contained in everything. Hold on, we gotta pass some other people. Hang tight, we gotta pass some other humans. Hello.
Oh,
Yeah, no,
right.
Hi.
I mean, it's functioning immortal.
Hi. Hello. Hi. Seem to be passing through a populous region. A populated region of space. I mean, I just want to reiterate just how false all of this is, and how pointless all of this is. How empty everything that I'm saying is, and then like, it's like I could just as easily start talking about how there's only about 20 minutes left or so, 21, 22 minutes left, something like that. And how much I'm looking forward to resting and eating and resting. Ow. And like how much that seems to be an increasing reality. How what I could call my physiological disequilibrium is increasingly encroaching and instituting the experience of temporality. You know, when you feel time passing the most, when you're the most uncomfortable. When you're either, I don't know, maybe not. But you could, but then the opposite is true. It's like, even if you're experiencing like a lot of pleasure, some acute pleasure, eating a piece of chocolate, and you are sensing the moments of that pleasure ticking away. Like disequilibrium, the sort of knowledge of the fleetingness of the pleasure of the eating of the chocolate. Because you kind of know that you won't be able to experience that pleasure forever, because you know that if you keep eating the chocolate, at some point it'll stop being pleasurable and start being disgusting, and you'll feel terrible.
Can I ask a question? Is the yellow trail there?
This does lead to the yellow trail.
It does, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey guys. What was I talking about? Oh, yeah. That, I guess, I don't know. But then again, it seems like there's also the choice just not to indulge that, still. I mean, I guess, I don't know. There's just this framework. There's just this 4-hour talking framework. And it just like, in the 4-hour talking framework, just like, you know, feel good or bad, feel tired or energized, hungry or not. It just doesn't matter. It doesn't even exactly exist in the same way. I mean, I suppose there are limits. Like, I could and have, you know, felt bad enough to stop filming before, and to not continue making the video, and then to not post it. Kind of like some sort of mental loop that terminates the frame. I mean, I guess we could also talk about this being a communication. And, I mean, the frame is always like being created within the content. Like the 4-hour framework is constantly, you know, it's adhered to because it's being remembered. And in a sense, it's like constantly being upheld within the content. And so that's at least one sort of dimension in which you could consider it effortful, or a certain tautness, or a certain like resistance against at least like one parameter that's being considered. The parameter just being, you know, recording and talking and walking. I guess those are three. And then for a period of time in which it does start to have friction. It starts to have friction against whatever disequilibriums start to arise, the tiredness and exhaustion and whatever else, and other kind of, you know, the embarrassment and the discomfort, etc. So you do it for, you know, an amount of time in which that friction really arises, and then eventually it ends, and I can release that tension that's starting to build up. As in, I can kind of let my mind go more lax. And I can indulge in various illusions about myself and about the world. And I can eat and take care of biological, perceived biological needs. In service of the perceived continuity of my perceived self. But not really perceived, more like imagined or made up. Pardon me, I'm gonna whiz again. Humans. But I think I can. I mean, I'm just gonna like try and test this by like holding out. And my way of doing that right now is going to be continuing to talk. Like, by continuing to talk, in a way that it like kind of makes me the most accountable for my thoughts. It has a way of preventing me from allowing my thoughts to go towards what I'm thinking of as like unnecessary or unproductive or like kind of like a mild form of suffering, of like you know, of like my thoughts being in a place of like, I can't wait to stop talking, or I can't wait to sit down and eat some food, etc. But then that's also not totally true, in that there's a sense like in which that would be totally fine too. But then there's a sense in which it's just totally pointless for me to even kind of make this conjecture. Like this is all kind of like conjectural. Like, what if I were doing this as opposed to this? What if I were doing that as opposed to this? Which is in a kind of a way of avoiding the actual this, and avoiding its emptiness. I mean, suffering just kind of like another name of emptiness, another form of it. But like, interesting how it kind of comes in a dyad, comes in the dichotomy of like looking forward to suffering's perceived opposite of eating and resting and feeling good. Seeming to maintain the equilibrium and continuity of my seeming self. There hasn't been any progress made in this episode. There's no big takeaway. We're not doing any emotional reward at the end. There's no dopaminergic payoff. I mean, like, you're welcome to indulge in that if you want once you stop watching. You know, go ahead and stop watching at the end of this, or make it to the very end, make it through to the very end, and kind of see how reality sort of dopaminergically, or possibly even serotonergically, manifests into a seemingly good and solid something. See how this nothingness kind of like swirls into a feeling of meaning, a renewed feeling of meaning. Just go ahead and see what happens after this video is over. Will you indulge, or won't you? It doesn't matter. Don't think there's any kind of judgment. There's no hierarchy of what happens. But then there seems to be. And that's fine. It's fine for good and bad to seem. It's fine for things to seem good and bad. We're, in these last few minutes where probably some percentage of viewers or listeners have skipped ahead to. So we're just gotta make sure we're not like, seeming like we're giving them any reward. So we're not gonna, we're not gonna try and surmise what we've learned here. There's nothing here that you didn't know already. I promise you didn't miss anything by skipping ahead. All right, I think we're about done here. See you next time.